this event, which is going to be the burial of a legend, a true legend, a Hall of Famer, somebody we all know, Lehlohonolo Soweto. And today it's such a somber day. It's a sad day in our history, in the history of boxing, history of Soweto, history of South Africa, history of Africa, history of the whole world. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome everybody to the to all the VIPs, all the honorable guests, family, the media, and everybody watching online. We are here at Nandedi Hall in Soweto to bury an icon. And before we do anything, we're going to ask first the Reverend Arubulele Msebenzi, ka prayer, le tlo fela o be di 6 minutes. Let's celebrate this icon with a song. Ale ka re tumela pina ya go. Really, we are going to run time because we need to get out of here and because I've learned that Tellwa ke dilemo tsa rona jwalo ka re tswela kgopolo matsatsi a phela rona ke dilemo tse 70 ba mata ke tse 22 ka so ba tsona ke kgata tsona le madimabe le bophelo ba rona ho tswela ka pele di tswela pele bogale ba gago le bothata ba kgalefe ya gago ke mang ya tlabelang tlhoko gore re nke re bona matsatsi a rona ka mokgwa o tla fitlhelang pele tsa lefulo tsa rona ka bogofa go tlhaisa pele bao e le basantsa ba gago o ikgodise ka mowa wa sa le kamo le tle re nyaka le re thabe ka matsatsi otlhe a rona gore ke thabo e lekaneng le matsatsi ao le tle mo dithong tsa rona
ke tlo bitsa Mishak Mothwa.
Ke a le dumedisa ka moka setšhaba sa Afrika. Wa robetse mo ke ngwana papa Silas Mothwa. Bana ba heso na re latlhegetswe setšhaba sa heso. Taba e nkutlwisang botlhoko ke gore ga be ke lwala ga ke fetsa go tswa sepetlele ka baka la yona COVID, ke yena motho wa mathomo a ileng a tla a tlo mpona a nkgothatsa ebile a bolela taba re a marabuti wena wa lwala phela wena ka mokgwa ebile o ikwetlisang ka gona ne ke sa lebelela wena e ka ba le gore motho o lwalang a re bile be re sega re ra abuti wa raloka mana e yo ntho eo ka re mo wena morwa ntho e botlhoko ene batho ba bantši ka re ga ba so tshepe gore bolwetse bo gona ke re ko botse ke re mo bophelong baka a se sepe ka kwa botlhoko ba o tshwana le bo ke re a tseba ke ile ka tlhabua ka mphaka ke ile ka wa ka koloi ka kena sepetlele ba ntsentsha metšhini mare mo ye yona bolwetse bo ke ba Sathane ntho e re tshwereng ye a ra abuti mo teng o boletse ke a ebile yena ebile a nthipa mpolelela gore ke direng ke šomiše eng ke nwe eng ke se ka dira eng ene itse ga a thoma le yena a mpotsa tsatsi le leng re bolela ka di-WhatsApp a re abuti wa tseba nna ebile se ke ya for kgetlo la bobedi tse ke testa but yaanong gona yaanong ka re go na le ntho e ke sa ikwešišeng ga botse mare ke tso dia di-teste gape ke sa emetse di-results itse a boya gape a mpotsa re ke a lwala ene ke nako gona le nna ne santsane e le gore ga ke so be strong ne ke se na le maatla gore nka ya ke lo mo tlhola ka re moena no ke tlatla ko o bona neng so kore ke ile ka utlwa botlhoko because yona weekend e ne ke ikemiseditse gore ke tlo tsoga Saturday go na le mokgotsi o mongwe wa gage ke Fraser Kgamakwana le yena ke motho ile o ile a lwala but dilo tsa di-operation ke ipolela re ke tlo tsoga ke fete ko yena kore ke mmontshe ya gore ke fodile yaanong ke fete ko yena ke cycla a fetsa ke ye ko mokgotsi wa gage but kore Saturday seo ke ile ka ba kore ka re ke felletswe ke maatla o na le ntho e ne nnametse mo godimo a sa ka tsoga sa le ke robetse the whole day itse hape yo re ke ra call yo mantsibua gore ko mogatsa ga ya re founela gore abuti re na le bothata tlhokse ke yo mo sepetlele re mo lesedi mo re na le bothata ke tsogile ke apere tsona dipijama tsene ke di apere ka apara fela di-tracksuit mo godima dipijama ra šiana nna le mogatsa ka re ya gona re lo go bona taba e ene ka nnete tsa re fitlha ke ra lo ra go senyegile e wele tlo ngwaneso o sepele ga botse o re lokisetse ditsela ko pele ko yang mshana
Bomme le bontate ba le ratang, a se family ya Ledwaba fela e lahlehetswe, the whole nation, the whole country e lahlehetswe, YTT e lahlehetswe, our champ. What's about talking about Lehlohonolo? It's so sad. Lehlohonolo wanted to rehuling now. We grew up together, Lehlohonolo. He wanted us remain sharp in life. But then death Okasi confirm. And he was okay. The last time it was, I think last week. Kiwali folks advisor and stay safe. Lilo, Mvana, stay safe. COVID-19 is real. COVID-19 is happening. Lehlohonolo na o kenyetsa mask a sanitizer mo koloing ya ha o kena mo koloing ya spray how to spray. So we're dealing with a monster here. I think, but it will be proper for me or we need to take care of ourselves. This thing is real. I see ditorinyana tsa bo tselane le dimo. It's happening. It's so sad for today we hear mourning the death of Lehlohonolo Ledwaba Benedict. Ke tlo bitsa Gola, ke Gola ya. Gola. Ke bitse Gola mo family mo. A tlo re ke kopa re binela Clocks. Clocks ina sa tsebo bina mara Clocks love music. Clocks ha o tswa go le ntlong ya kereke. Ke bona Gola. O tla mo binela. Okay.
When peace like a river attended my way, when sorrows like sea billows roll, whatever my Lord thou hast taught me to say, that it is well, it is so well with my soul, it is well, Father, with my soul. It is so well. It is so well with my soul. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. I'm standing here as a niece to Lehlohonolo Ledwaba's wife. It should be clear that Lehlohonolo Ledwaba was married to Dineo Bukala, whom God blessed them with two children, Tad and Kopan. So I stand here to celebrate this legend. I posted in my Facebook to say that our Christmas days will never be the same because this man of 33 years, knowing my aunt, funny that my aunt and myself are of the same age. So that meant my aunt and myself had this relationship when ane amushela. When my grandmother used to take out a rope ya ketlele, but this man loved my aunt. He stood by her side. He stood beside her, in front her, and behind her. If you don't know, my aunt is one of those people that are very sickly, be it spiritually, physically, but this man stood. This man met my aunt when she was only but just a young girl of 13 years. They used to call each other Osmevni, high school lovers, sweethearts. But this man stood. Yes, life has got its ups, its downs, its left, and its right. But this man stood with this woman till the last day. I thank God for the spirit that this woman had, Because there were days when I was looking from outside, "Hey, metsi a ekare a bela, step out." But that woman stood, Osmevni, that woman stood with this man till the last gasp. It should be clear even to the media and everybody that when this man took his last gasp, that woman was with her. It should be clear. I stand here with confidence because I had seen them. I'd seen how they loved each other. I've seen how they supported each other. I've seen how they stood beside one another. Because when life had its own storm, my program director, when life tossed them from one point to another, they stood. There would be days when you say, blue eyes. The excitement of that woman running to Carnival City. I remember there were days where we used to make sure that there is transport to take her to Carnival City because my champ is fighting. I remember there would be days when that man came, got the blue eye, little scratches, little, she would be mending. I thank God even for the love that made, because we wouldn't have known the sibling. We wouldn't have known Bondel. But I thank God because that man made sure that we are one. That man fought. That man supported this woman against herself. He supported this woman against my family. He supported that woman and protected that woman against his family, against the community. Honor how we born itla VW in which the champ, or the champ is coming. Utlabon Leonardo Mushela will move away because the champ is coming. I thank God for 32 years of life. Thank God for 32 years of commitment that man gave to this woman and what that woman gave to that man. So I stand here with confidence to say, hey, Hloks, the way we used to call him, Hloks. Wherever you are, may the good God bless and be with you. I stand here in confidence to know you knew God and God knew you. You loved Mudimu. You made sure that your family, your children goes to the Lord, to prayer, to church. And I thank God that today she is standing. When he said to you, I never anything. Indeed, till death do us apart. And death did that. And when it happened, he was not somewhere out there. She was not somewhere out there. They were together. And by so saying, I say, my aunt, Kopano, Tato, wherever you are, Mudimu Matla, Utolifamata, because he's a God of comfort. A God that says, I stick closer than a friend. A God that says, I am near to those that are heartbroken. Mudimu Ukaleta Jan. So Tato, Kopano, stand and make sure that that woman is protected the way this man, Lehlohonolo, Ledwaba, protected that woman. Thank you.
That was very powerful. That was very great. Kukupa Sifil. Kiduti huyena fubensa haigajenu kiyaha tuluha bommele bontate ba ratang ai rangwane Bible ya ka ha right mare hona le mo e buang ka tlong ho nna lona bohle ba kgathetseng ba imetsweng. Lehlohonolo was one of those. A re motlole moya wa phomole ka kgotso. Let us celebrate his life in time. Tlong ho nna lona bohle na sa kgethe kaofela lona ba imetsweng. Ke tlo le imulla. That's what happened to Lehlohonolo Ledwaba. Au se a qeta go bua mo o buile ka lerato. Hloks was loving. Dineo, his wife, was loving. Mo ba bonang teng no never over separated is laughter, smile, happiness. Forever smiling. Dineo la ba ka qabana ba lethu and never bua anything ba batlang ho bua kana go ba batlang ho bua. Especially ha ba surroundile le batho ba smiling le bona. Let us celebrate him. Let us celebrate his life and time. Lehlohonolo, as I said, growing up with Lehlohonolo, we met people, different people. We were boys, we became men, got married, celebrated life. We met people. Without any waste of time. Kitlobita a rap from the church. Similar to Sombo. And I'm going to tell you something about the Lehlohonolo Hands of Stone Ledwaba. Ntate Moruti. Oh, ke rap, sorry. Similar to Sombo ke kopa ungatamele. Kopa re mmemse nka se fela. Ke tse hlokisi na sa tsebo bina but then narata o bina. Hlokisi o tswa ko kerekeng hle bana. Ukhololwa mindo nyugana dilubambe ngesa thangiyo nyugana lo ekhaya esulwini. Ukhololwa mindo nyugana dilubambe ngesa thangiyo
Ayo matata. Ngiyalibingelela egameni lomfelo wethu Jesu Kristu, amen. Babusisiwe abahambele enkosini ngokuba bayobusiswa, bayophumuzwa nemisebenzi yabo iyobalandela. Azange ngazi ukuthi ngelinye ilanga lamazwi ngizowasho kuHlo, bengimbiza Hlo. Bekuyindoda ezithobile, indoda ethanda umndeni wayo, indoda ebeyithanda inkonzo yayo. Ukuthi noma ngabe sihambile, he will phone us. Sihambile kuma conference, siye kuma synod, siye kuzo zonke indawo. He will phone us hour after hour. Uzoqala afonele umama uDinewo. If angamthola umama uDinewo, uzofonela umamncane wakhe umama uMkhabela. If angamtholi, uzofonela mina athi ngifuna ukwazi ukuthi ni right na, nifike kahle na. Ukubonisa ukuthi bekuyindoda enothando, bekuyindoda cautious ngaso sonke isikhathi, ubekuyindoda punctual ngaso sonke isikhathi. Imisebenzi yakhe iyomlandela. Enkonzweni it won't be the same again.
isitulo lesiya bekahlala kuso sesi empty, but all in all phansi kweveranda ebesihlala kuyo uma siphuma enkonzweni sizoya kamamncane wakhe for nothing else ukuthi nje siyohlala khona sixoxe ngayo yonke into. He will crack some jokes and everything. Ubethanda ukugwara uDinewo most of the time. Sihleke. Mama, Mevni, it won't be the same. Kulo yamthunzi besihlala kuwo akungeke. Ngike ngezwa ingoma ethi ecula uVusnova, a program director, ethi asiphelelanga. Asingeke siphinde siphelele. Ispace sakhe angeke sivalwe umuntu. Nasenkonzweni space sakhe isingeke sivalwe umuntu. Kodwa ngithi he has run his race kulomhlaba. Makalale ngoxolo siyohlala simkhumbula njalo. Kodwa ke incabhayi iselekithi thina esisaphila kulomhlaba ukuthi uma kufika lesisikhathi uyobe useduze kangakanani noNkulunkulu wakho. Let us do the right thing. Uma ngisakhula bekukhona ingoma ekuthiwa izembe libekiwe ligawula omncane ligawule omdala. Izembe libekiwe kuwo wonke umuntu. Let us do the right thing. Masizisondeze kuNkulunkulu ngoba elakhe igama sesenzekile zonke izinto liyolibele lihleli likhona ayoba khona wonke amagama. Bekukhona amagama akuthiwa HIV, kukhona amagama okuthiwa sugar diabetes, kukhona amagama okuthiwa high blood, kukhona amagama okuthiwa arthritis. Today kunegama okuthiwa icorona. But kuwo wonke lawo magama elika Jehova liyohlala liphezulu lilikhulu ngaleso sikhathi. Ngithi hamba kahle hlo siyobonana kwelizayo. Ngiyabonga.
That was very great. Repeat like it do. Hands of stone, Brenda Foss, Aspelelang, Shotu Shokes, Aspelelang, High Aspelelang, High Aspelelang, High Aspelelang, Shotu Shokes, Aspelelang, High Aspelelang, High Aspelelang, High Aspelelang. Shotu jokes aspelelang, aspelelang, ay aspelelang. Shotu jokes, ay aspelelang, ay aspelelang. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Marang sasekhona niselenam de. Let's settle in. Dini, let's settle in. So resafellate. Rangwan, settle in. Bommeli bontate baratile. Whatever, when this was introduced to us, it came as a corona. Hence, I said, we're dealing with the monster here. Along the way, you have COVID. Along the way, yaba variant inale ya delta ya uskamakala batlo bitsa ka golf one day ya change. So we're dealing with something that we don't know. No batlo jwetsa hore bana ba banyane ha ba tshware hona tse batlo jwetsa bana ba banyane by transport ha bula mnyako ko taxing ya tswa. So many things has happened in our lives. But then what I can tell you, what I can assure you now, it's real. And what's that talk now making that into light, this looks unchanged. Nipe. Man, I didn't danger. Can you mask? It looks like you know Corins, the one and Drake hasn't swar. Maraga swara unach. Sanitizer, what's about negative again? Sanitizer and Alijuala, yes, are this, yes, are that. Now, sanitizer, mask, social distance. Shocks was very strict. Shocks never told me, didn't you? It's on that side, and of course, I know what's about too. But because who was so sensitive about this thing. Let us celebrate his life and time. Awuvume wena, awuvume, vuma, vume, vuma. Awuvume wena, vuma, vume, Nkosi yami, vuma. Ekhaya, ekhaya ezulwini nezithembiso, vuma. Ekhaya, ekhaya ezulwini kunezi avumbe, vuma. One of our friends, Thomas Vusinsibande, ndadula na Lehlohonolo. Thomas Vusinsibande una le ditedu o kentse mask. Bana Lehlohonolo o kentse di mask le kepisi wa ipotsa koleng. Mo Mercedes Benzing e ho tshisa kana. Moshimane o kopa jwang ka ditedu. But they were friends. Our friend, Thomas Vusinsibande. Please come, my brother. C'est beau, c'est beau, yaka.
Sanibonani. Bengacabanga ukuthi ngizoba nawo lamandla ukuthi ngime phambi kwenu, but I had to pay this special tribute to my friend, my best friend. When someone you love suddenly passes on, their memory will always remain with you. And that memory remains a part of you and a part of your soul. It remains alive. Folks, you'll always be with us as long as we live. Ngoba isithombe sakho will always be embedded in our hearts. Our love for you, my brother, will always give us the taste of eternity. The only people that are truly dead are those who have been forgotten. But when I'm a friend, you'll never truly die in my world until we meet again. Kunesisho, there is an African proverb that says, death is like a robe that everyone has to wear. Death is like a dress that's at some point or another everyone has to wear. But death is also a thief. Today, we are ruined people. A ruined people that is as miserable as a dog in a house of death. Looks, my brother, grief is painful. And at times, I felt that my heart is literally breaking. But I was reminded then that ubaba ongizalayo ongasekho wayevama ukuthi indoda ayikhali. Kungcono ikhali uma ngabe izwi ukuthi inhliziyo yayo iyaphuka. I believe that tears are cleansing, but not when you are mourning someone that means the world to you. Then I ask myself on daily basis since that Friday, Uguchi, is there a soap perhaps specifically for a grief? Perhaps tears are for the soul. Is sympathy a medicine to soothe the ache in our hearts? Then I got comfort because Psalms 56 verse 8 to King David said to me, Uma engiphendula, wathi ndodana yami, tears are prayers too. They travel to God when we can't speak. And I got comforted by the fact that God is the closest to those with broken hearts. And today, ngithi kuthina sonke, it means ukuthi singakhala because God is looking down on us. Folks, as a friend, whenever my heart was faint and broken, you always led me to a better place. You became the rock that is higher than me. You were my counselor and you were my guide. Folks, you are the gatekeeper of my secrets. The deepest secrets, my brother, you've taken them with you. As for me, your boxing journey started when you won the South African Junior Featherweight title on the 7th round retirement by Uncedile Siko, City Hall at Durban. I think that was on the 22nd of January 1995. I think Tina from a white city were actually less than 10. And the City Hall was full. And you started very slow, but by the 4th round, the majority of the hall was for you. That day, folks, you were sort of unknown. But to me, that day, I took this decision that against all odds, you prove that perseverance is relentless. It's that relentless attempt to achieve success and accomplish your desired goals. You achieved not only by trying, but by persevering. Clocks, you never gave up. You were never limited by that tight constraints in Durban. And you stayed rooted in the confidence that success is inevitable if you continue to make a concerted effort to attain it. My brother, your strength, Clocks, was solely in your tenacity to achieve the impossible. You said to everyone in that hall and in South Africa that the difference between a successful person and others is not a lack of strength, not a lack of knowledge, but rather a lack in will and perseverance. Clocks, when I looked at you, I'm thinking of the great African leaders. I think of Jomo Kenyatta, who once said, and I quote, "Our children may learn about the heroes of the past. Our task is to make ourselves architects of the future." Clocks, you were the architect of your success, but above all, you were an inspiration to a million kids. You preached Martin Luther King's Jr. sermon with your actions when he says, "We must accept finite disappointment, but never lose hope." You were the epitome of hope, my friend, and I'll always remember you. And because of time constraints, my brother, I decided to Gucci, I will say a poet, because for me, your journey, you were just a poetry in motion. Your love, your concord, your humility transcended all obstacles. And I learned to Gucci, the greatest chief of all, Albert Lutuli, when he accepted his Nobel Prize, he quoted from the Psalms of Poetry. He said, "Lives of great men all remind us we can make our lives sublime, and departing, leave behind us footprints on the sands of time." You've left footprints on the sands of time, my brother. Thank you.
Yo, this guy on my page is 60. Thank you so much. That was very great. Was that Lehlohonolo una ufarizini? Ya uwesgo. You are a force to reckon with. You're magnificent. You are a thorn in the flesh. Hubani, the way na perform agati. Shocks everything na yesa like. E re bulawa ke nako a tseng ka qeta letsatsi ka ofela kwa ka hlokes ke na le lerato ra boroko ke na le tshepo his brother ke tlo ba bitsa hantse remember hlokes we gave birth to him as a family ya Ledwaba and ra motloela re misa elsewhere a adoptwa ke di boxers so re na le program ya tse two ke di boxers le ya rona as family ya rona ya qeta ra qeta kana ke re motsotse ke ngwana re fa re mo hand over ke mokoti wa moshimane o motho it's fine. He lifted me up lerato ra boroko from the deep muddy clay and he planted my feet on the King's highway, for that is the reason I see and I shall, for Jesus came down and lifted me up. He lifted me up from the deep muddy clay.
Okay. Ke rata ho le dumedisa kaofela ka lebitso le letle la moshwedi wa rona e leng Jesu Kriste. Amen. Okay, abuhloks ne re hola kaofela ko White City. Ko White City dintlo tsa rona di kopane, it's ABC and rona ne re dula mo blockong e latelang ya habo abuhloks. We used to call ko haba buhloksi ko A and funny le rona ne re dula ko A. But re re ke ko hae and again batswadi ba rona ba hola kaofela re hola re bitsa nkgono wa abuhloksi mama mme wa ka re hola kaofela re le family ba mmitsa mama. Abuhloksi ha ho thwe the firstborn ki di deputy parents. He indeed was a deputy parent, abuhloks, and not only to Tshepo Lindeli Mande. Abuhloks ne le deputy parent ho ditloholo tsa Manreme le tsa mama. Abuhloks ya ba deputy parent ho rona. It's ha re hlokofallwa ke bo abuti when my brother went missing and abuti wa ka a hlokahala. Abuhloks stepped in. He took over that role. Ya ho ba abuti ho rona. Abuhloks was a very caring person. He used to call me Mzali. Ne re bitsana Mzali nna le yena. Like he was the sweetest abuti that anyone can find. Abuhloks had broad shoulders to carry all his family. There will be none like him. Family nya Ledwaba. There will be none like him. Like when I heard hore abuhloks o hlokofetse, ne ke maketse. Ke botsa Tshiya ke re Tshiya o reng? A re abuhloks ke re abuhloks ke mang? Like ke maketse hore abuhloks ke bolela bana ba ke re yo ene the last time ke mona ke le ka mshapa ka Mzimba ke tswa kerekeng ka re abuhloks ke tla mona ka no tla re Mzali o zala Mzali ankoqise like may his handsome and beautiful soul rest in peace. Amen.
Hlokes shoulders ne di le broad. If you don't understand what broad is ke mahetla a tshwanang le a rona. Sengiswalo is she here? Yeah, sure Hlokes ina phila le everyone. Tshepo before I could hand over the brother, yeah, Abuti Cloaks, can you please come forward so that the boxing fraternity will continue? Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Makumri Tasali. Okay.
Greetings to you all. I'm standing before you in Ledwaba, and I'm the niece to the Hands of Stone. Unfortunately, the brother went out, so I'll be reading the letter on behalf of the siblings and also the Lehlohonolo son Tato. Before I get into the letter, I would like to send a special thanks to Joyce Kungwani and Zunyiswa, and also Michael, the guy that was fumigating the house. They were there for us during the difficulties of our family. Whew, I'm shaking. Okay, so the letter goes as follows. You've been with us for 49 years straight. You have watched us grow, mature, and become into parents that we are today. And one day, we had to learn that you are no more. When you left, you took a part of us with you. You have taught us a lot in life, and one that we had to forever live with was to never give up no matter what comes our way. You have showed us that life will never be smooth, but we should keep our heads up high and continue smiling anyway. Physically, you're no longer here to complete the beautiful bond that we shared, but spiritually, we know that you will always be by our side. With you, we've lost. We've lost a brother, we've lost a legend, a champion, a 3 times champion, but worst part of it all, we've lost a parent since I was departed. I'm shaking. Losing anyone is never in the bucket list, but with you, we have lost big time. Like the Hands of Stone that you were, the one that will always survive 12 full rounds in a ring and still remain a champ. We highly believed you'd also survive this one, but who are we to question God? Who are we to say no to God when he wants his champion back? In our hearts and thoughts, you will forever remain. For you may be in heaven, but will forever be with us. You lived a very beautiful life, so instead of us crying and whining about why the Creator took his champion, we'll forever try to celebrate and cherish the beautiful life that you have lived on this cruel rock called earth. A million times we'll miss you, and a million times we'll cry for you. We've loved you well, but when you were still with us, and we will love you even more now that you're no longer with us. You rest peacefully while we try to push this life without you, because we have loved and we have lost. With lots of love from your siblings, Tepo, Mabotle, and Botle.
Lehlohonolo, thank you very much. We're going to speed up the program thanks to the speakers, especially from the family. Unfortunately, because of COVID protocols, in probably the next half an hour. So it's so unfortunate. The next speakers, we will not have enough time. I know there's a lot we can say about Lehlohonolo, but the next speakers really tops 3 minutes so that we can make time, because I'm reliably informed the undertaker is on its way. So with those words, But by Yesu, we honoring Lehlohonolo Hands of Stone Ledwaba. Re tlo bitsa somebody who really is doing a lot for the country. Motho e leng hore, o representa COSATU, the president of COSATU, and we are honored and privileged to have her as part of this funeral. Ke kopa mme Mrs. Zingiswa Losi to the podium.
Thank you very much, Program Director. This Busaledi family, Kapudi Lehlohonolo, TLB Boxing Promotions, the boxers that are here, the government representatives, the media, and those that are watching from home. On behalf of COSATU, and I stand here because we have worked with Upudi Lehlohonolo last year when COVID struck and female boxers under TLB, we had to face the reality that indeed not just gender-based violence, but poverty, hunger is the enemy that is facing the women of South Africa. And in order for me to be right on time, allow me to read the tribute. Lehlohonolo Ledwaba was a South African sporting icon who carried South African flag higher and contributed immensely to shaping the sports and recreation sector in South Africa. He is amongst the select few who took the noble and honest sport of boxing to greater heights. But he was not just an international sporting icon. He was also a champion of the boxing ring as well. He was an activist who contributed immensely to the fight against patriarchy in the sport of boxing. Lehlohonolo contributed to the promotion of women in boxing and was at the forefront of fundraising and putting his efforts to help those women boxers who found themselves at the bottom end of the economic pyramid. Today, we have amongst those Abononina. I'm not sure if Balapa, but I've seen female boxers behind us. I salute you. And others whom Prashox was with when we traveled this journey. He made and created world champions under the TLB banner. But there's something, Program Director, that Nonina said last year, I think it was in August, here in Soweto. Nonina said, I am a former world champ. I may not know the titles, but these belts don't put food on the table. And others did not even realize that kunabo nonina. And probably today, we don't know ukuthi kunabo nonina. In the sporting fraternity in boxing, Lehlohonolo was among those who ensured that we have female boxing promoters in South Africa. And if I'm correct, we have about 12 of them who have done greatly in producing the world champions. We salute you, Joyce Kungwane, who worked with Prashox in TLB in producing the champions that are sitting on that side. Today, as we pay our last respects to you, the Hands of Stone, I want to put a challenge to the BSA. I want to put a challenge to government. I want to put a challenge to those black billionaires and millionaires in South Africa in particular. And as I do that, I want to say thank you to LTE, Mr. Tulani Majola Mukwena, who answered the call last year when we were with Uprahloks and TLP, when we dealt with the plight of female boxers. He made a donation, he made a contribution even today when we are putting Uprahloks in his last resting place. And I want to say to government and BSA, can we not rush to deal with inequalities that exist in sporting codes that have money? Because when we talk about discrimination in the sporting codes in South Africa, the ones that get attention, rugby and cricket. And I want to say the discrimination of race, class, and gender in boxing exists. And it's gonna take our government to have a political will to address this. Because believe you me, it can be amongst female boxing promoters, but they are not equal because of the race part. So we need to address this. And I want to say, Program Director, as I sit down, that we are going to gather here probably next year and still say it is a year after Brahloks has passed on. But can we measure ourselves on what we shall be producing when we remember him a year later? How many female world champions would have produced? How many male black champions would have produced? But importantly, how many would have risen above poverty lines? Because producing them and have them having these titles does not mean they sleep on a full stomach. This is the challenge that I want to put to BSA and government. Thank you very much, Program Director.
Thank you, ma'am. Zingi Swalosi. What a telling statement in tribute. And I think we listen. You know, it's actually very sad. Lehlohonolo Ledwaba is a former 3-time world champion. Soweto is not even aware. I'm not even talking about the country. I'm talking about Soweto. It's very sad. The plight of boxers, family, Bommedinewo, and I know TLB as well. Lehlohonolo is a champion and very rare Mbona driving motor. In fact, I can say he never had a car. So our boxers, no matter what high standards they achieve, they still remain poor. And I think this is the message. He's a Hall of Famer. I always say Hall of Famer. Because Kona Lentobi is a Hall of Famer when you go overseas, a Hall of Fame, where they remember their legends. In South Africa, so we're still lagging behind. There's a challenge. And we got to tell it like it is. This is a sad day. This is a very sad day. Lomuntu Hambile, if he walked in the street, nobody even knew what he was a world champion. Like so way to be hammer, ordinary man, humble. Very sad. Pila Sande Muvevi, Acting Chief Director, Sports and Recreation, Department of Sport, Arts, Culture and Recreation, une message Ebuyago, MEC of Sports. Over to you, ma'am.
Ngiyabonga Program Director. Mam Zingisa. To the family, TLB Productions, we've worked with you. Ladies and gentlemen, ngithunyiwe namhlanje, kodwa as a department we've worked with TLB Promotions, I think for over 5 years. Ubutsipho yasazi, and many of you know us as a department. So I want to say, Mam Zingis, challenge accepted. Tina nikimitsanta Ledwaba besimazi ehhovisini and besimhlupha kakhulu so that they can deliver what we required. The work that him and Sister Joyce did always was according to what we required as a department. So siyambonga that at some stage he was a boxer, but at some stage he was behind the scenes carving the path from our boxers. To young boxers, we hope you have seen Uguti boxer is not only on the ring, they continue to be behind the juice for other boxers. Ngishilo ngathi ngithunyilwe, ngithunywe umam Mbali Hlophe, the MEC for Sport, Arts, Culture and Recreation. Imessage yakhe ithi, we have met here to bid a farewell to our great athletic, forever agile boxer, our dear champion, Lehlohonolo, popularly known as Hands of Stone. His boxing journey started in 1990. Indeed, he was a source of inspiration, hope, and ignited our way through darkness. His work and biography tells us that since the dark days of apartheid, in which our historical majority, Black people, were racially segregated from their lives, social and economic relations, Mr. Ledwaba resisted alienation from his God-given talent. Lehlohonolo Ledwaba has seen the face of injustice, that he grew up in segregation during his early life. Surely one can tell that Mr. Ledwaba, even when he was treated as less important by the system of apartheid, he persevered and strived to earn his title as a champion. He stood before his generation and demonstrated his God-given skills, independent will, and liberty of his faith. One can say without doubt of contradiction that Mr. Ledwaba, he challenged every social divide that threatened our nation. Lehlohonolo Ledwaba was a boxing coach at Burolo Bat Hut in Central West Jabavu, Soweto. His achievements inspired many disadvantaged youth to take up boxing as professional sport. He was a true ambassador who immensely supported development and fought against patriarchy in the sport of boxing. We as the department recognize and appreciate his contribution. As they say, men make their own history, but they do not make it as they please. They do not make it under self-selected circumstances, but under circumstances existing already. Indeed, Lehlohonolo Ledwaba made his history and history for his people by being a champion in our country, as well as globally. He made history under difficult circumstances of the apartheid system and his people, his daughter and sons of South Africa, who were prohibited from being champions in the world by the apartheid system. Lehlohonolo Ledwaba was the boxer amongst his generation. He dedicated his very being to assure that South Africa get recognized to their glory. The world needs champions like Lehlohonolo Ledwaba, who believed in fairness and inclusion. May the outstanding patriots, Mr. Ledwaba, rest in eternal peace. Thank you.
Siyabonga, Mama Pilasande, Mama Losi, Zingiswa. Those are powerful words indeed. Lehlohonolo fought one of the best boxers in this world, a man by the name of Manny Pacquiao. You know, I used to tout him, masihlangana kuma tournaments. It is the only person to have ever fought like Africa, to have ever faced Manny Pacquiao. A legend. Lehlohonolo was humble. In fact, you know, he was not even Gimina, an icon, but he was a brother. Even on Tuesday before he passed away, we spoke. We would spoke almost every day. Nosis Joyce, you know, making sure that he's okay. So I'm going to read this message from the legendary Manny Pacquiao. So sad to hear the passing of Ledwaba. He was a true champion in and out of the ring and left behind an amazing legacy. Rest in peace, champ. Manny Pacquiao. Kwamanje will call a representative from Boxing South Africa, BSA board chairperson, somebody who knows Lehlohonolo very closely. He's a leader in his own right. And I'm sure he was listening. Kubo Mama Pilasande, Nabo Mama Zingiswa, what was being said. It is a challenge. We know we've got champions and champions in boxing. Abangana nix. I can talk about people who have set great heights for boxing. Abo Vuyane Bongo, Abo Dingande Rose Tobela, Jan Bergman. Now we have Lehlohonolo Hands of Stone Ledwaba. Mina, I'm saying we should even have a statue, Yaga Lehlohonolo La Esowetu, so that we recognize him. It's so sad. It's so sad we recognize them when they are gone. This is sad, and everybody says the same thing. We say the same thing every time. And if we consider the social ills of society and what the kids go through, the drugs, alcohol abuse, sport, as Nelson Mandela once said, is the one unifying factor. We must push these little boys to get involved in sports. Lehlohonolo tried his best. He gave his all. Now, that is testimony, Uguti. You can become a world champion. Ubuya Isowetu. So we need to fight for these boys. And that's the challenge Umamulosi was talking about. That's the challenge Pilasande was talking about. Baba Lutando Jack.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Program Director, the family of our hero, Hands of Stone, fellow mourners, the president of COSATU, Comrade Zingiswa Losi, as well as other leaders who are gathered this morning to pay our last respect to this icon, you know, of our country and continent. I think, Program Director, just from the onset, I must say, Civile, the messages that have been communicated to us are very clear. President of COSATU, who have listened as well, probably will also just make the necessary arrangements so that we have a bilateral between ourselves as Boxing South Africa and COSATU to deal with these matters, with what you referred to as the political economy, you know, of boxing, you know, in this country. But I don't want to go into detail in relation to that because of time constraints, as the program director gave us only 3 minutes, necessarily, of course, because of COVID. I'm here, a program director, to pay our last respect, as Boxing South Africa, and thank you for arranging this platform so that I can be able to be part of the funeral. I was saying to Joyce that I'm not feeling well, so that's why I couldn't travel to Gauteng. But of course, I just could not miss the funeral. Personally, I last met Ledwaba in May when we were in Midrand, in our first national road show, as Boxing South Africa. I think all the speakers have correctly characterized who Ledwaba was. And really, I don't want to repeat what has been said, but I thought that perhaps if we're to use his trade name to characterize him, that is his trade name, Hands of Stone, we would really say Ledwaba was humble, as has been said, but he was not just humble, but Ledwaba truly represented the values of humanity. He was truly a human being. He was a true embodiment of humankind. He was a true embodiment of humanism. He was a true embodiment of Ubuntu. In isiXhosa kudla ngokuthiwa ibengumuntu lo muntu, so uLedwaba ebengumuntu. uLedwaba, as the program director said, was ambitious. He had aspirations, but his aspirations, in our view, he drew his aspirations from his community, from where he grew up, from Soweto. He was inspired by the lives, by the conditions, by the environment within which he grew up. He was inspired by the fact that Soweto is a boxing heartland. So that in our view, that's where he really drew his ambitions as well as his aspirations. But Ledwaba also, in our view, represented something that was novel, something that was new, something that was creative, which is why he was able to defeat, for instance, one of the prominent, good, excellent boxers, from East London, as has been indicated, earlier on. Why? Because he was unpredictable. You couldn't really plan for him. That's why we're saying he represented something that was novel, something that was really new. He was truly dedicated, totally committed to the sport of boxing, which is why after having hung up his gloves, he then decided to open a gym. He partnered with TLB, with Joyce, so that he can really continue to produce new boxers, because he truly loved the sport. He was totally committed to success, not only his success, but to the success of his community, to the success, of his country. His fists were steel. That's why he stood still, in front of his opponents. That's why he tormented, his opponents. Why? Because he had tenacity. He was tenacious. That's who Ledwaba, in our view, was. He truly was an embodiment, as has been said, of excellence. He truly represented our country well. He was a true legend. He was a true icon. But as a true icon, he earned that. That's why he never wanted to be celebrated, because he earned it. When you earn something, you don't go around and saying, look, I'm so and so. So he was, as I was saying earlier on, he was a true embodiment, of Ubuntu, of humility. He was a true embodiment of the type of values that we would really want to see, in our society. It's such a pity that this pandemic is taking from our society the ones that we need most, especially given the fact that we are embarking on a program which we call the renewal, of the sport of boxing in the country. And Ledwaba was part of this program. It's such a pity that it departs without having seen the success, of the program that he was truly part of. So we're saying, as Boxing South Africa, the best tribute we can pay to Ledwaba is to really renew the sport of boxing, is to really do these things that the president of COSATU and many others have said, to really change the material conditions of the athletes, of the athletes who participate, in the sport of boxing in South Africa. If we truly change their material conditions, we'll then give a befitting, a truly fitting tribute, to Ledwaba. As I end, a program director would really want to pass a word of condolences to the family of Ledwaba. Would also want to thank Joyce, the president of COSATU, and many others who really did their level best to support Ledwaba, especially during his last days. I know that I was one of the people who was called. And then, of course, we did what we could under the very difficult circumstances to provide the support. But unfortunately, his destiny was already determined, by the Almighty. So with those few words, we say condolences, and may his soul rest in eternal peace. Thank you so much, Program Director.
Place in the pantheon of the sport in 1999 when he won the IBF Super Bantamweight title. The department worked with Hands of Stone during the return of the Big Guns boxing tournament on March 2021 in Secunda. We were still looking forward to work with him to revive boxing in Mpumalanga, says MEC Shongwe. We pass our heartfelt condolences to the Ledwaba family, friends, and boxing fraternity. That is the message, and I'm sure we got thousands of other messages. Thank you very much, that are being sent to the family, Yabukala Ledwaba. And right now, ladies and gentlemen, as time is running, I said 3 minutes, but really, if you talk about Ledwaba, I think you need like a year. If you really were close with him, talked to him, you learned a lot from him. Such a humble guy that had stories, and he would make you laugh. There's somebody that worked with him, TLB Boxing Promotions, and really supported him as well. If we can have to the podium, Miss Joyce Kungwane, TLB, Boxing Promotions.
O ne o nkadimile motswalle wa re putsa ka lerato le ha pelo e utlwile bohloko o entse thato ya hao ntataise Jehova ke mofokodi wa hao ke thekesela maotong a hao wena molopoli wa ka ke bepeditswe ke bohloko tlholehelo ya moratuwa wa ka ha ke tse ke ntate empa ke ikopela matla ntumelle hle ntate ka tiisetso le mamello ka hohle hohle ke leke hore ho lokile ho lokile. Program Director, let me take this opportunity to thank you for allowing an opportunity to me to can bid farewell to our hero, our champion, our icon, Lehlohonolo, Hands of Stone Ledwaba. I never thought it was going to be possible for me to stand here and talk about the person that I've known so long, the person that actually had an influence in me becoming a boxing promoter today. Lehlohonolo was not just a business partner to me. He became a friend to me before any other thing else. We had our lives outside boxing as friends. We became partners. You know, it's so sad that today I have to bid him farewell, especially because it's my birthday. I'm standing here and asking myself, the coming birthdays, how am I going to remember them? Am I going to remember them in Naledi Hall? Am I going to remember them saying farewell to my partner? I want to thank God who has given me the strength when Lehlohonolo started to be sick, to have given him support that I believe he needed. I was also there when he gave his last breath. And I'm standing here right today with our boxers and saying, Banabaka, we've lost. We had plans. Kolos Ndobayini, I know you're supposed to go and fight in Limpopo. Right now, I've got a task to say who's going to take her to Limpopo. Who's going to be in her corner? Dr. Ntsele, those who've been following us, they know he's one of our oldest boxer. He's here today. He's arrived yesterday. And he's since been asking Mama, Linda Baka cloaks, ka coach, because that's how they address him. Anga believe, uguti iqiniso. And since last week, Friday, I never had a rest. I never had a moment to myself to can mourn Lehlohonolo, whom I've spent so much life with in business and outside business. To the family, you guys know, you understand. Boxing fraternity, we have lost. The family has lost. South Africa has lost. The world has lost. We had dreams, and not just dreams, bigger dreams. We had hoped to produce the Lehlohonolo Ledwabas. We had hoped to be the best promotions in South Africa and compete with those who, as my comrade Zingiswa has indicated, they are benefiting because they've been advantaged. Comrade Zingiswa, my friend, my sister, I want to thank you today. You are a God given to me. You know, on Thursday, when I told you that Lehlohonolo's condition is deteriorating, I said to you, I don't think I have strength to go to the family. You came and supported me. On Friday, when we were trying to help Lehlohonolo, you were there. When he gave his last breath, you were there. You are a true friend. You are a true comrade. I want to appreciate you. May God continue blessing you. To the National Department of Sports and Recreation, we want to thank them in absentia. I hope, Pilar, you're gonna send the message back to the minister's office to say, when we got the news and we went to them knocking at their door to say, can you come on par? Because Lehlohonolo was not just an ordinary person. He left a legacy. We need your support in making sure that he gets a decent funeral. They listened and assisted us. Tulani Majola of LTE, we want to thank you in absentia to say every time we come running to you, your lesson. It's through his assistance that today we are able to give Lehlohonolo a send-off. You know, when I spoke to one of the funeral parlors and asking for codes, one said to me, the packages differ according to what you want to do. If you want to do a funeral, there's a package. If you want to do a send-off, there's a different package. And because I understood who I was talking about, I felt Lehlohonolo deserved a send-off. Comrades, we have lost. I've lost a friend. I've lost a partner. Boxers have lost a trainer. The family has lost the son. Monday, Nde Tsepo, Bokombo, you lost the brother. I know you're very jealous of your brother. Lehlohonolo was very humble, guys. I'm going to reiterate on this one. He was down to earth. He loved his family. Very much so. You know, at times we would talk and I had my own understanding when it comes to other issues. And he would say to me every time, not with my family. Not with my family. And I want to say, the way Abuti Alisi Lenkateng, you know, he shared with me to say, when Ausi passed on, that is Mewabon, she told them, I don't think he would want to see you really broken, Lehawan. Mama Tiny, Mevni, continue holding the family together. The way Ausi left it and would have loved to say it. Dineo, re latlhehetswe. Re latlhehetswe. Tse ngata ke maaka. We just have to celebrate Lehlohonolo's life and remember him. Ka tse ntle tsa re etseditseng tsona mo bophelong. The good times that we shared with him, we need to remember that and cherish those moments. It's just unfortunate that the 10th of July for me is going to be a difficult one. He was going to celebrate his 50th on the 27th of July. We were planning a secret birthday celebration for him, Rangwan. Mahoshi, you know about that. Unfortunately, I will take this as his birthday celebration. Amoya wa Lehlohonolo re bale ka kgotso.
Re a leboha. Bagolo, re leboha haholo. We are going to rush now. Just told to rehearse it. It's a teng. And at this moment, I'm going to just ask a tribute by Dineo. Dineo, ki ute.
A tribute of a wife to her husband. My husband, words fail me. How do I say? In the past, you were and still my husband, my best friend, my pillar of strength. Most of all, my prayer warrior, not forgetting my protector. You protected me from myself, my family, your family, and the community at large, my champ. You were my champ on and off the ring. I celebrated you whether you won or lost a fight, because in my eyes, you were my hero, winning all the battles we ever faced as a couple, as wife and husband. You, my love, you made me the woman that I am today, my high school sweetheart. We met when I was still a young girl. We grew up together. We grew old together. 32 years of knowing, loving, and being together. Like any other young lovers, we never thought we'll grow together till the last day death took you away from me. Death, do not be proud. We became parents, through trails, tribulations up and down, and challenges of life. I must admit, in the midst of what we went through, you never gave up on us. We never grew out of love. You were there for me in my sickness. You never grew weary, never got tired of taking care, and always there for me. I remember your words when you said we will build a life together. During your sickness, God gave me strength to take care of you and give you strength. The sleepless nights and last days. Funny how you still promised me that we'll grow together until the end. This is what you call the end. I was not and still am not prepared for this. This is too much to bear. I know that wherever you are well. Wherever you are, you will look after us and take care of us, me and our 2 kids. I'll forever be grateful for everything that you gave me. Grateful for loving me as a child. You told me how to love, how to kiss, how to be a mother and a wife. I will always be and forever love you and cherish the life we lived together. You will forever be in my heart. You loved me and I love you. To the last day you took your last breath. Indeed, death did us apart after 32 years of loving each other. I will always love you, my love and king. I know that God will give me and our kids strength to go through this painful path. They say time will heal. I'm not sure if time will heal the pain and hurt I feel right now. Ka sefela sa gago, le kenutu le morena, the song we sang together very morning, you passed on to be with the Lord and bid you farewell. I may not understand all this. It feels like a dream that someone can wake me up, but thato ya Modimo ha e phetehe. Go bala ka kgotso rato la ka, rato la pelo ya ka, e ka Modimo wa ka, wa Musa a ka re gomotsa. Good night till we meet again, your lover and wife.
Thank you very much. That was a tribute from Dineo. Boxer, actually, Boxer, if you know the message, Doc, or ku kaya busako.
Sanibonani. Lapha ngime njenge-champ eyaproducer i-champ. Ucoach kuningi esingakhuluma ngayo. Ucoach ebethanda umhlaba wonke. Ucoach uqala kwami ukudibana naye sadibana eBloemfontein. Eze ngomsebenzi. Ngamazi lapho ke. Kwathi ukuphela kwakhe komsebenzi wakhe eBloemfontein wabuyela la kubo. And then ngaza ngamlandela. Ngamazi kakhulu ke sengihlala naye laphana endlini kwakhe. Ucoach bekumuntu nje othanda i-gym, uthanda i-boxing ngenhliziyo yakhe yonke. So konke ebengikwenza ngokuyimisela futhi ngikhuthazekile ngoba ucoach kwakuwumpetha owaziwayo umhlaba wonke. Ngithi umndeni wakubo Ledwaba ulahlekelwe, i-boxing fraternity nayo ilahlekelwe. Sonke siyakhala. Ngisho nase-Free State impela wayethanda ucoach. Ucoach nje uyiphakamisile i-boxing. Siyabonga sithi ulale kahle, uhambe kahle qhawe, uyiqhawe lamaqhawe.
Sanibonani. Yeah, kwaba inyanga embi kakhulu enhlizweni zabaningi, to the family, to friends. Kwaba buhlungu kakhulu. So ucoach along the way njengoba besiya ku-coach Thanga. Kwaba sesaba ne-suggestion no coach ukuthi uChamp imisebenzi yakhe deserves ukuthi kube ne-stage sakhe. Kodwa leyo noPrasipho njengoba la ngithi njengoba shuthi I've done a lot empilweni zabantu, just like mina. So he taught me ukuthi ubaba mfanami. As a father, you have to support your family. The most important thing as a man, you have to support your family no matter what. And again, bekafuna athathe ama-dreams wakhe amanye we couldn't fulfill it because due to death yakhe yamanje. But he wanted us ukuthi sithathe iSoweto to another level. He even left ama-voice notes ukuthi ngifuna iSoweto ibe so boy. But now that was the end. But we'll continue to live on his legacy. Now you still coach. So I fulfill my dreams wakhe. And as me now was a inspiration, coach Cloaks was a role model to me and was motivating me most of the time. So ngizohambe ngiyathula zakhe ngibe responsible nami kusasa. Condolences to the family, friends. It's a sad day, it's a sad month. Ngiyabonga.
Re leboge gagolo bagolo. Without any waste of time, bagolo, Pastor Otlo re bulela lentswe. I wonder if we'll dwell much go lentsweng o tlo re rapella, and then Lehlohonolo Ledwaba sa le ka montle. So re tlo mmalla obituary, re tlo le balla obituary ya hae. I'm Lehlohonolo Hands of Stone Ledwaba, who was born on the 27th of July 1971. He was the firstborn child of the late Pinky Margaret Ledwaba and Silas Mutwa. Lehlohonolo started his primary education at Rutegang Primary School and proceeded to Tulare High School for his secondary education. Lehlohonolo Hands of Stone Ledwaba started his boxing career at the age of 9. I can imagine, but Opa was involved. The influence for boxing came from his uncle Simon Ledwaba. He started his professional boxing in 1990 until 2006. Due to a detached retina, he held the IBF superweight bantamweight title from 1999 to 2001, defending it 5 times before losing it to Manny Pacquiao, whom he just sent his condolences. He also held WB bantamweight and WBA. Ledwaba retired from boxing with a record of 36 wins, 6 losses, and a draw. He left this world on the 2nd July 2021 after a short illness. He's survived by 2 children, a brother, 2 sisters, 2 grandchildren. Tlou Tebele, tloga kgomo la ja motho, robala ka kgotso malatsi. Tlou Tebele, may his soul rest in peace. Ntate Moruti. Ke kopa se fela re emise Ntate Moruti. Yawa, 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 lembe, yawa, 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 lembe, yawa, 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 lembe. Yawel mshabe hilelembe yawa yawa lembe yawa iwile lembe Yawa, Yawalem, Emma. Yawa, Yawelem Sab. Oh, yeah. Kupareming. Yawa, 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 Yawalembe. Yawa, Yawelem Sabini. Lembe yawa, 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 yawa. These are the results. Lehlohonolo Hands of Stone. Oh yawa, yawa, lembe. Yawa. Yawa, yawa, lembe. Thank you so much.
Ho batsamaisi ba tshebeletso ya ho senga letsatsing la kajeno ka nako ya rona e kgutshwanyane e rekise hlompho ho lona le kgaela Ledwaba masika ohle First Lady wa kereke ya rona Lady President Tselane magaeng ga rona General Secretary ya kereke United National Church Moruti Ditshego lohle ba tshwanelwang ke hlompho tumeleng ho dumedisa lohle lebitso la ntate la morella mohella amen. I think next time hona le ntho tse tshwanang le tse baruti ba qale ba re pele o tla di speaker then re tla be re khona o ka bua ka modimo bane Hlokes ona rata kereke ya gagwe but nevertheless a re boneng mantswe a rona o senga letsatsing la kajeno tlo testamenteng ya kgale bookeng ya Exodus chapter 14 re ba le temana ya bo 13 fela tena ya bo 16 Old Testament books Exodus chapter 14 read from verse 13 to 16 yona re fumane ba le ka mokgolatelang ya ba Moshe o re setšhaba se tshoheng ikemeleng le bone pholoso eo Jehova tla letsetsa yona ka jeno hobane ba ikgepeta ba le ba bonang ka jeno ha tla hlola le ba bona hape le ka o sa feleng. Jehova o tla le lwanela ha ile lona ikhutsetseng. Jehova a re ho Moshe, o ntse ho eletsang ho nna, bolella bana ba Israele ba tsamaye, ha ile wena emisa leri la hao, o otlolle letsoho la hao hodima lewatle, o le phahlole, bana ba Israele ba tsamaye hara lewatle mo ho omileng. Lena ke lentswe la Modimo, batho ba Modimo ba motho ba Modimo ba re amen. Ka go temana tse di badileng o senga letsatsing la kajeno, ke rata o nka fela temana ena ka metsotso e meraro e re na le yona. Temana ena bo 13 verse 13 ya ba Moshe hore ho setjhaba se tshoheng ikemele le bone pholoso eo Jehova a tla letsetsang yona ka jeno, hobane ba ikgepeta ba le ba bonang ka jeno ha tla hlola le ba bona hape le ka o sa feleng. A re rapeleng, ntaele morena ke mofo wa hao, mphe matla ke etse thato yona ntho mang ka yona. Let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be accepted unto thy sight, my Lord, my strength and my Redeemer. Amen. Ka go temana tse re di badileng tsa o senga letsatsing le ka bokhutswanyane, ke rata ho sebedisa mantswe a re feletsang mohlankana motho ya sebeditseng ka bokgabane ka go kereke. Re sebeditse mantswe a reng re hloka mohau wa morena. O senga letsatsing la kajeno ka hara nako ya bana ba Israele ha ba letong la bona ba lokolotswe, ba ne ba letong leo ka lona ba ne ba tseba ba tlameile ba ye ho kwala, ba ye o tshela noka ena ya Jordani. Empa bothata ba bona ba ne ba kopana le tsela e thata hobane ka pele ho bona ho no le lewatle, ka mora bone ho na le dira tsa Egepeta. Empa mantswe a ke ratang wa tloela ka bokhutswanyane ho lena bagaye le ba bohle bana sebetsa le ene, the Israelites ba le ba bonang tsatsing la kajeno le ka la hlola le ba bona, hobane Modimo o tla le lwanela. Le lona ba legae ba Israele ba ileng bohloko ho lona bosiung motshearing a letsatsing la kajeno, le ke la ba hlola le ba bona, hobane jwale o fodile o lokile, tseo tsohle na di phelela di fedile. Ke ka mokgwa jwalo ha bana ba Israele bana ba bilaela ba ipotsa ba tla tshela jwang lewatle le, ho no le bohloko ho bona e le lefifi ka letsatsi le. Empa Tafita o ba arabela letsatsing la kajeno ha bua ka ho Psalm 30, o bua re, weeping may last for the night but joy comes in the morning. Le lona ba Egepeta ba le ba bonang ho sane le tla tswa le thabile, mme morena o tla le fa matla ka ga tsena tse etsahetseng. Ho bolela bana ba Israele ba tswele pele, le lona go tsameng ha lehlohonolo le la le tswele pele, hobane lefu ha se qetello ya bophelo, ka ntle ho yena bophelo bo santsane bo tswella ko pele. Ha ile lona tshwanang jwale ka Moshe, phamisa le re o bolele bana ba Israele le bophelo ha se qetello ya teng, ba tlamehile ba tswelle ko pele. Ha Modimo ka matsomo a khutshwane a ka lehlohonolo le lona ka bohloko bo le bona, bohloko bo le leng ho bona ka nako e tshwanang le bo tla feta. Modimo o tla phimola dikeledi mahlong a lona, mme ka hosane le tlabe le thabile le tseba hore ha e sale o le Modimo, o dula o le Modimo wa rona o hlakolang meokgo mahlong a rona, mme re tla phela ka nako tsohle. Ha Modimo a khotsa re hlonolofatsa, re boloke a moya wa ho ba le ka khotso ho fihlela re kopana kganyeng le ba bohle ba hlotseng ka Kriste morena rona. Amen.
Bomme le bontate, ha ntse re tswa jwalo ne ba Ledwaba ne ba re ke le tsebiso hore ha re kgutla ha re sa kgutlela mose, re kgutlela straight re ya ko ntlong. Amen. Nako se re shapile ha re yeng bona beso.
Just an announcement. Due to COVID protocols, only 50 ya batho ba yang ko dirapeng. So ne re kopa fela please re ileng matsoho mo metsing, ba ileng hore ba tla sala ba ye hae, so they will go home. Right now what is going to happen, we will have the ministers, the priests ba tla tswa pele, then family, and then all friends, family, ba ileng distant and close ba kgonang ho ya ko mabitleng. So thank you very much. Rika qala sfila and the priests can lead us. Thank you, Mr. Mlam.
Etola uqedela bila hakifika usike wanteleka usike wanteleka wena lifika la
Thank you very much. We are at West Park Cemetery, the final resting place for our legend, Hands of Stone, Ledwaba family. We're going to hand over now to the priest, Mr. Polo, to bless these proceedings and ensure that we lay our hero in dignity.
Kana ko thanan le re to ku pa sila ke ka tsona ta re theo se tamile wa ngwana bo rona mo tlo go lang teng ka tsaka. Papa no
Bahulu, everyone that's here in attendance. Um, at this moment, before the priest will continue with the final rite, Nerukupapela already a message from our Honorable Minister from the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, Minister Nancy Petra, and it's a condolence message to the family and friends of boxing legend Lehlohonolo Hands of Stone Ledwaba. And it reads that, on behalf of the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, South Africa, I would like to take this opportunity to express my sincere, heartfelt condolences to the Ledwaba family, boxing fraternity, and Lehlohonolo friends at large. My department has learned with sadness and shock the untimely passing of the legendary boxing champion, Lehlohonolo Hands of Stone Ledwaba. Lehlohonolo Ledwaba will forever remain one of the greatest boxers to have ever graced our shores. His passing is indeed going to leave a deafening silence, as it is going to remain with us for as long as we live. His absence is going to be felt by his boxing peers, boxing business partners, and the brother sporting fraternity. His absence will be felt mostly by the likes of Jan Bergman, Dingan Tobela, Dr. Chris Peter, Joyce Tungwani of TLB Boxing Promotions, to cite but a few. To most of us, he will remain one of the boxers who played a positive role and contributed to nation building and social cohesion. He will remain a boxing champion who played his part as a unifier whenever he traveled overseas to participate in international competition. The Lehlohonolo Hands of Stone will forever remain a role model, an ambassador, and most importantly, a selfless professional who dedicated his time to the well-being of his nation. He will be remembered for his versatility, technical drawl, and treasure-fighting tactics. He was indeed a selfless individual. Even though he retired in the sport, he remains part of the sport in various capacities. There are few personalities in this sporting code who have retired with such a respectable record of 36 wins, 6 losses, and 1 draw. Among his wins, 23 of them were by knockout. Lehlohonolo Ledwaba holds an amazing professional boxing record, which makes him one of the legends who deserves to be inducted in the Sport Heroes Museum, which the department is working on. Let us ensure his legacy does not perish alongside him. Let us ensure that his gym at Central Western Jabavu does not die. Let's dig deep and assist the youngsters who are using that facility so that the venue doesn't close its doors and become a white elephant. Let us protect those youngsters by ensuring that they do not end up flooding the streets. It is an open secret what led to his passing. I therefore make an appeal to all of us to be extra careful and take precautionary measures. Let us please guard ourselves against this faceless enemy.
COVID-19 lives amongst us and it's around us. Let's all be extra careful and always adhere to COVID-19 regulations of physical distancing, washing of hands with soap at all times, and most importantly, wearing of masks. Let us ensure wherever we are, there is sufficient ventilation. Let us do our part in fighting this pandemic. To the family, the pain you are feeling currently is the hurt we share as the nation. The Lehlohonolo will forever be remembered as one of those heroes who selflessly shared their talent with the rest of the nation. May Lehlohonolo Ledwaba, great and wonderful professional boxing soul, repose in eternal peace. And that is from the Honorable Minister, Natim Tetwa. I thank you. Over to you, Reverend.
Ile tunyaufuata moja tulikumsanya kala kitu nyani tau kila moja tukapando. Wani na makalo dola kapali kabale dola kasiriti madini watu ngalema.
No,
Mango bila kirle ngali. Na pito ka bato mangai tu na mga na halko kita na dawli jalo mga na mudimo halalala. Mga na matao tumuli ke halalala ngamo wote. Tawali kama tukna babangali kude kapene. Otiwadi kiri kulo sa na mga kiri tere sa ho mera kulo sa na. Pero kasi ba kamu ganay halal lang no, di mo matawag sa muli halal lang. Ya mo wote wana mo studia sa pili. Ya lutsile sele sena kinyago na ya boselo. Kale ba kala masitualitu ur ita ur to huena. Ikaw kasi mo di mo matawag sa kita mo yon mana utatabo na Lehlohonolo. Ledwaba ya katanya tine gasto ko tayo pati. Mo wele mo bun. Mola wele mo lore. Le bole lore. Katya ko ikile no ba kuale mo preste. Bata chala ukina bota kene kali bakale mo ganal muli ko na ya tamo ketu la mila pokole ko na. Oda jalo kam milo kayo kanyan. Katya to ka mata ya kita mo gadi ko ko kata. Ile ile kam lo di mo. Yo no lo ka jalo de ko tamo ba kala. Yo jalo na ya ba ka kina na ikili. Mala na ya ujole. Kete o ile na kudin. Mutimo matawag ko wono plan ya ba to mo na lipati kali mo. Yo me bahalaledi. Batu ko ni mana mailu wono ka to dito. Ro tali to la hode halalela. Kali ba kala kata ba bo te na dito kilo mona. Kati mela to sada. Ira wakala o kamu mo haul kamu hawo. Hatta to kata ka kilo kala ra kata wa hai. Dokor kati ka kamu to hawo rona le ko batu le mona kati mo le ni dito na hole halala. Dekale amu le ko te te. Dekale mo yo kati na hol ka pili. Kan dakala dito kete. Oke na wana amen amen. Bunabaton sa distancing kasi ang hela mo to sa sa pati. Ito to na magana ya mo hawi ang rat la kana stress ne ne di dumulog ako na patalan sa tingin ko patalan.
At this moment, I think the family or the family background movie, I don't know. Can you give us direction? Step over. No. Okay. Okay. No, I don't know. Only you know to contact Norman Savani, just to say a few words. Norman is actually the trainer on the tournament. Mr. Savani, you can come here to the front, please. He's a legend in his own right. Good Lord, bless you, wherever you are. Take care of you. But you always say, no, that's it. I'm going to keep them. No, I'm going to take care of you. Come to me. There's the boy. Baholo, at this moment, ne re kopa re tshele mobu. Ha na le ba tshelang mobu, ba tle ka pele ba tlo tshela mobu. And then if there's a speaker from the family, a tlo re laela hore and speak on behalf of the family.
Re ke hape re leng he ke ba sesotho morao ha se ka bona ha se ka bona fela ke ka tlasa maemo a bophelo re leng maitsebela ke tla re tshehetsa ho tla beha lesapo la rona ka ho le jwalo re le kaofela diteboho tseo re tla re ha re tloha mona re tla fetang ka hae re fihleng re fumaneng metsi re fumaneng tee re kgoneng hore re phomoletse re lebohile ho menahane setjhaba the Boxing Association Umetane White City everyone ke lebohela family ya ka ke le spokesperson sa Halekela ke a leboha thank you ke a leboha malome ne re kopa pina re emetse ba batla ho kenya mobu and then re tlo beha ditlhare re kgone ho tsamaya
I even told you that things soul is very the next person can stand next to you, but he doesn't feel what you're feeling. But you only see the eyes.
So they don't really mistake it for me. You got to suppose.
No clear no that other speaking is a big one as woman. If your thing was the summer, what you start to show how very good. But I want to feel like it's going to go to
No, because it's like a trouble about it. It's too difficult. We're going to exit for. I'm sure that
Hara mo le mo hauka tse ne re tsamele ka kgotso. Ya jole mo mo kana bona Jesu Kriste le ga tsala mo tsa tsa matso le ka bala nama lang go le go na go le mo go 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 sa ke ka Kriste ne kana bona. Amen. God bless.